Good evening, everyone, and welcome to War in the Soul City, episode 25. Our coterie, the Dig Crew, has just finished escorting their prince, Marius Calhoun, back to Elysium, where he can then find his own mode of transportation to whatever place he calls haven, as the morning sun is due to arrive in a couple of hours. The coterie came upon a rather interesting scene upon visiting their prince, however, at the university. He was speaking alone with the known baron of the Anarchs, a Mr. Colin Thresh, a gangrel of significant power when it comes to his ferocity, uniting all of the Anarchs of the Fluid Domain under his one banner, apparently. And thus, having created the problem for our Camarilla. Dana, what do you think of that scene that you saw?
I don't like the move at all. They decided to end up kicking the hornet's nest when they ended up blowing up Elysium. They ended up doing so, and now Calhoun's suddenly wanting to talk to them. Come on. I've already gone this far. What's another step? Now all of a sudden it's negotiations. What? So this simmers down for another, what, maybe 100 years and boils over all over again? What he ended up telling the Anarchs is just that he's vulnerable. He decided to end up having a talk. Stupid. When you know somebody's coming out to kill you, you don't talk. You take it out. And now all of a sudden we gotta end up sitting here just what? So because we know about this, we gotta end up pulling back just so we don't embarrass our dearest prince. What kind of bullshit is that? No, that's not how I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to I'm gonna hunker down for a minute. Think this through, what's gonna be happening. But right now, first response, first reaction. You're dealing with the individuals who wants his head, and he's talking to them, trying to make peace. Are you out of your mind? These people hate you. There's no point. I don't know if he's trying to pretend like as if we're all supposed to come together and make it happen like the old times, like I was told they were. You know, back in the day, anarchs used to grumble a lot, but they were under the Camarilla protection and they had to play by the rules. And now that there's that hard split, well, what, he wants to end up going back? I don't get it. It makes no sense. Absolutely none. And he told us to go to war. We end up taking it to the Anarchs. We dragged them out of Flowood. I have buried more people than I if. Sorry, I'm thinking about Freddy. I've buried friends that I have had there. I've already given them up, given them up for it, and now all of a sudden, everything I gave up everything I ended up pushing forward to end up saying that, okay, I'm on board, is they want me dead too. Yeah, Calhoun, they want me dead too. Now all of a sudden we gotta end up talking nice. I don't get it. I don't get where this is supposed to be heading. You dropped the ball. And I'm just hoping that if there is some kind of higher power out there, it doesn't end up biting us all in the ass for it.
Perhaps it is a sign of weakness. Perhaps Prince Calhoun is weak, Dana. Maybe he's not the one to back right now. But then there's Virgil, who also saw this particular scene go down. What do you think, as a young fledgling who's barely left his sire's nest?
Virgil was confused by that. He doesn't understand. He thinks that it's a great opportunity that got left, like, he let get away because they could have cut the head off of the snake. He just feels that he definitely stumbled into something above his pay grade that he was not supposed to see. But he's unsure of why the prince would want to have a talk like that in the middle of a war.
Why do elders do a lot of the things that they do? To scheme? To play the long game? To play the younger like pawns? Perhaps even a bishop, maybe a knight, but really, you're all pawns in this Prince Calhoun scheme, aren't you, Virgil? Youngest out of this coterie that you are, you just have to, quote, live with it.
Don't have to like it, but like it or not, I'm just a soldier in this. For now.
Malice, you've been up to a little bit of this and that behind the scenes. The information that you got from your contact in the police and at the hospital tracked down that ambulance that Mercy was missing. Turns out it was turned into scrap. What's your next move?
I don't know right now. They're covering their tracks. They're hiding as much as they can. If I could only figure out which loose thread to pull to unravel it all. On the one that leads right to Joseph.
Pull too tightly and you have a Gordian knot.
Them's the tricks. How to pull without tangling at all.
And what a tangled web it is. We're gonna open up shortly after you all have escorted your prince back to Elysium. You all have parted ways for a moment. Virgil, you are walking some well-known streets. Streets of a portion of town that's a little rougher than most. A section of town where one of your little pets resides. A neighborhood where also the person who wronged them resides. Why don't you give us an idea of who this person is and why this is important to you?
This person is a piece of trash. Someone that steals the life from a loving mother, a loving wife. Someone that got off on a technicality. One of my greatest failures as a police officer. It's something that I want to make right.
The evidence was circumstantial, as the jury in that court proceeding said to you. You would have sat in the bench behind the prosecutor. But the defense was solid. And Judge Bastian Malos, he is just as much of a wimp in this as that damned defense attorney and the prosecutor for not being as thorough as you had hoped.
I don't know how I ended up here tonight, but I'm glad I am here. I'll finish this once and for all.
You were certain you'd caught him red-handed. All of the evidence was there. All of the evidence pointed to him, except for one thing. No prints. No DNA evidence of any kind. It's as if this person didn't exist in that room. That no one but the victim existed in that room. But it was a bloodbath. And so here you are, walking these streets once more. That little voice in the back of your mind, starving to go and devour this wretched filth. You know where he lives. You can just march right into that door. Make him stare at your ugly face and take him for all he's worth. Maybe even have a little fun beforehand. Stray thoughts go through your mind of this. Thoughts you know are only exaggerated by the beast. That malicious little fire in every kindred.
I don't think that I'm going to indulge in that, but I do think that it's time to take this man off the board. Maybe if I did,
destroy him. Yes, I want to destroy him. Utterly, beautifully. Maybe in the same fashion as his own murder. The murder he committed. Yes, a delicious spray of blood all over the room. I think that's how I'm going to do it.
It would be poetic justice.
It's been a long time since I've let loose.
Well, tonight you're going to get your fill for a while. Don't make a habit of this. I would start heading towards this man's house.
You know exactly where it is. And he hasn't moved. He hasn't moved neighborhoods at all. In fact, he lives exactly where you left him. You, being one of those, made to make sure that he gets home safely. All those years ago. What kind of blood has he spilt since then?
I don't know, but it stops tonight. I won't let him do that to anyone else.
Do it to him as payback. And so, you stand in front of the house. It's on the edge of the neighborhood. On the southern end, near where the Flowwood neighborhood would begin. Dangerously close to Anarch territory, my friend. What do you do?
I will... I'm trying to think if Virgil would call for backup from one of his coterie mates because he's in dangerous territory.
That is indeed up to you.
Old habits die hard. He would call for backup. He'd probably I think he only really has Malice's number. I don't know if Dana even has a cell phone.
Dana, would you have given Virgil a way to contact you?
The usual channels. But outside of that, it's mostly there as a emergency point, given the fact that we are in a conflict. Though it does leave me a little distressed to do so.
So does anyone who wants to reach you reach out to the armory, or do they reach out to a specific number?
It'll be by phone. Probably my business phone, which is, again, concerning. But we have to end up acting quickly, so...
In a time like that, like now, messages getting to each other the fastest that they possibly can is important. So yes, Virgil, you would have a number to reach Dana directly.
I think he would still contact Malice. Dana's been through some shit, and he doesn't want to burden her. He likes Dana despite the sharp tongue. It amuses him most of the time.
Malice, you get a ring on your phone.
Hello?
Who is this?
This is Virgil.
Yeah. What do you need, Virgil?
Well, I'm off on a personal mission, and I could use a little bit of backup given its closeness to the Anarch territory. You don't have to get your hands wet, but
Tell me where you are. I'm on my way.
I'll text you the address.
But Malice hangs up.
But the fact that he actually said Anarch over the phone does leave you with a little bit of hair standing on the back of your neck. You know that Pris Calhoun probably would not like that.
Yeah. I'll have to have a talk with the boy.
There's always the threat of hunters out there. But that might be a worry for another day, as you likely have bigger fish to fry. Or kindred, in this case. So, Malice, you make your way out to the southern portions of this, near the Flowwood domain. It seems that across the highway would be where their territory, as it were, begins.
He's gonna park a little distance away, and as soon as he parks, Oblivion sight and sense the unseen.
Okay.
Just to make sure nobody else is hanging about.
God forbid that people start snooping.
Yep. So, since the unseen is resolve and prospects, right?
It is, yep.
Okay. That is 6 critical.
Oh. You see little wisps in the air, remnants of those who were. Some that seem to be on a playback loop of events leading to their death. One nearby is actually rather violent, and you likely start stepping away as you generally don't want to see that. But you do see Virgil, as he hasn't really cloaked himself. He is kind of standing in a corner that's a little out of the way, kind of in the shadows, nearby a house, nearby a couple of houses. He's kind of in a residential alley, as it were, that leads into other portions, or maybe a backyard to somebody.
Sure if Virgil is trying to cloak or not. But quietly, what's going on? As I walk up.
Thank you for coming, Malice. I'm here to tie up a loose end from my previous life. It's the one greatest failure I had. This guy is a murderer. He's a monster. And I'm going to take him off the board.
Does what Virgil say tie into anything of the visions that I've had since I got here?
I'm not sure what visions you're referencing.
You said I was seeing things that look like people dying.
Oh
Was-
no, none of
Okay.
those.
Okay.
They're partial fragments anyway, so there's not really any figures that can be made out particularly well.
Okay.
It's kind of the act of being killed rather than the person lingering in this place.
Okay.
But there's quite a bit around here. You get that the reputation for this being a fairly rough side of town is justified.
Virgil.
Yes.
It's what do you need?
I just need someone to watch my back in case things go south. We're this close to enemy territory, and I'd rather not be here caught out on my own.
Anybody wants to be here on their own. Not even people who live here.
Yeah.
Lead the way.
And I'll sneak my way up to this man's house.
You see that there are lights on. It's rather early in the morning, about 3 in the morning. With lights on, that's strange. Most people are asleep by now. You must work He must work early mornings. That wasn't necessarily the case when you saw him last. There's a car in the driveway. It's not particularly nice, but it's not old and clunky either. It's kind of a... It's a mid-sized sedan.
Can I sneak up to the window and get a look at it and make sure that it's who I remember?
You peek inside. So make me a wits and awareness. There's more blinds that are kind of obstructing the view rather than curtains per se.
2 successes. I want to re-roll that.
That's up to you. Do you?
No, I need my willpower right now. I'll 2 successes.
Okay. You peer inside and you wait for a moment, kind of making sure that you aren't being seen or you have the right angle, and you look inside and it's a one-story home. There's the front door, obviously. There's the window that you're peering through. It looks like it's the living room window on the side of the house, because there's windows on the front and one window on the side that leads into this room. And you see the usual things: a couch, a coffee table, a TV, a fairly big TV. Kind of leads toward the kitchen. Pretty standard living room stuff, but you don't see a person in the living room as of yet. Not immediately, anyway. What do you do?
I will attempt to break in somewhere and obfuscate myself after I get inside.
Alright. Front door? Back door?
Back door.
Alright. And there is a back door. You go through, looks like a chain link fence. That's pretty standard in this neighborhood, it seems. There's not really much in the way of privacy in this backyard. And the backyard's fairly small when you look around. It's kind of unkempt. There's some patches of dry dirt, and there's other patches where the grass has gotten a little too long. You walk up on the back patio, a slab of concrete that's got a chair, a fold-out chair, like one of those beach chairs kind of sitting in it, with a kind of bowl with, looks like cigarette butts. And you sneak up to the back door, and you're looking to break into the back door. It's like a sliding door, and when you gently tug on it, the latch is closed. It's dark in the kitchen, and so I need you to make me a wits larceny.
A wits larceny. Okay.
Because you did say that you're trying to do this super quick.
Yep. 3 successes.
Okay. You're a fairly strong individual, Virgil, are you not?
Yeah, I've got 3 dots.
Okay. You're pretty strong. Doesn't take much to kind of tug on it enough, but quietly, that it just pops open. Must not have been a very great latch. Didn't even require you to put any effort into it, really. But you quickly slide the door open a little bit. Get inside, quickly slide it back. Barely even makes a noise. But you're inside. Malice, what are you doing at the moment?
Keeping an eye on the area, making sure that there's nobody trying to creep up on Virgil.
Okay. With your Auspex roll, your sense the unseen, you don't see anybody that's creeping up as far as anyone who's unseen. So you can rest assured that your eyes are very, very keenly aware of both the things that are seen and unseen around you, and it's...
Is there somewhere to sit and wait inconspicuously?
Not particularly, because this is a row of houses. There's not really much in the way of public seating, as it were. There's the bus stop about a block off.
I was thinking more like a tree or something I might climb and hide in, so that I'm not
Yeah,
just standing around waiting.
yeah, there's trees. So if you want to climb a tree, you can.
I think I'll do that.
Alright. It's easy enough. It doesn't require any kind of special effort to climb up into a tree. It just maybe looks a little strange
You're being watched.
if you're being watched. But you do have a good vantage point of the rest of the street now that you're up in the tree. And those dead predatory eyes of yours just kind of watch. There's the occasional single person who comes out of their house. One seems to get in a car and looks like they're leaving for the day.
Make notes on those things, but unless it's anything of somebody trying to sneak up on Virgil or go into that house, not really, other than noting that people are leaving.
It's pretty early in the morning. Early birds are starting to get up and start doing their thing. You just kind of wait for a moment and keep your eyes out for anything that's coming toward in this way. Virgil, you're inside the house. It's dark inside the kitchen. It's a pretty standard looking small kitchen. There's not very much counter space. A fridge that's too large for the space that it's occupying. And a stove that looks like it hasn't been used in ever. It's too clean.
Hmm.
You do hear a little bit of rustling as you hear down the hall that maybe someone is kind of getting things together, collecting things. You hear the jingle of keys. You hear the opening of maybe a bedroom door.
I'll obfuscate and uh go and try to find this person and see if it is the same person.
You rouse for me. There you are. Hungry, hungry Virgil. Oh, this is great. This is great. Oh, what I wouldn't give to just snap on him. I want to just snap on him. I want to clamp down on his throat. I want to drink him dry.
You might get your wish tonight. Let's see if it is him.
Doesn't matter. Let's just do it. Just do it. Come on. Let's go.
No innocence.
All the innocence. You think you're better than them? You're no better. You're a monster. We're a monster. I am a monster. This is me talking to myself. What the hell am I doing?
I don't know. Is it crazier that I'm listening to you? Or is it crazier that I'm talking back to you?
So, you start to walk down this little hallway. There's 2 rooms, it looks like, that are all branching off of this living room in the front and this kitchen in the back. The hallway goes towards the sides, towards one room to your left, and a room straight ahead. The door that just opened is the master bedroom, and you see a gentleman. And this gentleman you recognize, except he looks a little cleaner than you remember. He has a button-down shirt. His hair is neatly cropped. His facial hair is well groomed. He's looking at his phone with a one thumb, kind of taps a couple of things. You're not sure exactly what from this angle. And you hear the keys go in the pocket. But he's got a button-down shirt, slacks, nice shoes. He's got a jacket in the crook of one elbow. And he starts making his way down the hallway toward you.
This is the same man?
This is the same man. It looks... You'd recognize him. It looks like the same guy.
Does it look like he is alone in the house?
You haven't heard anyone else. You don't see anyone else.
I'll wait for him to pass me and then... You know what? It's a little bit against brand, but I'll grab him from behind and start feeding.
Okay. You sneak up behind him. At first, His instant reaction was one of shock. Big ol' what the fuck. And the next second, he's in the sweet embrace of the kiss. You sink your fangs in, and I need you to roll me a frenzy check. Unless you choose to ride the wave.
I would choose to ride the wave. He's a monster and he's getting taken off the board. I know it's monstrous, but I'm coming to terms with my new self, and this is for a better cause than most.
Alright. So you ride the wave. You set free your wilder instincts with no regret. You sink your teeth in, and as soon as you do, you let go. You let go of your inhibitions. Your long, claw-like fingernails rake in and start ripping clothing, flesh. The screams of this man don't even seem to bother you. You are on this train to Happy Town. You gorge yourself in this person's life essence, this everything. It's beautiful. Sprays of arterial matter and blood and viscera start to cake the walls as you more or less force this person to explode, ripping him apart. It's just a sack of meat now. And something that you didn't necessarily anticipate happens, Virgil. You've never let your beast free before. And while your hunger is reduced to 0, it shows. Your belly has blown up in size. But oh, does it feel good to be bloated like this. It's heaven. Your belly filled with blood. This person's very essence becoming part of you. And his matter sprayed all over the room. And you look at all of it, and it very similarly resembles the crime scene that you saw. And again, No DNA will be left. No prints. As if you didn't exist in this room. And you start to wonder. Maybe even second guess. Was he even guilty?
I can't think like that now.
For the murder of this man, you will take 3 stains. Malice, you can hear screaming coming from the outside. Or coming from the inside of this house. It doesn't sound like Virgil.
Keeping an eye as best I can, make my way down out of the tree around to the back of the house where I assume Virgil found a way in.
Mm-hmm. Easily, you can slide the sliding door open. Little sprays of blood on the window now. But when you walk in from the kitchen into this hallway is a smattering.
Knowing what I do about forensics, very carefully trying to make my way through so that I'm not messing up any evidence.
It was kind of at the end of the hallway, so the hallway is sprayed, this front room is sprayed. Body parts are everywhere, in pieces, as if the meat had been ripped from the bone.
Roughly and quietly, Virgil, what did you do?
I'll never hurt anyone again.
Who will never hurt anyone again?
This man. I don't like calling him a man. He got off on a technicality.
Technicality? What do you mean, technicality?
Prosecutor dropped the ball.
How so?
Wasn't as thorough in the evidence as he should have been. Some of the evidence was mishandled. It's my greatest mistake I ever made. He got away, but he won't ever again.
There's pieces of him everywhere. They're gonna have fun cleaning this out of the carpets, but what do you mean, technicality?
His name was Elijah Perry, Virgil.
Okay. Let me make a note of that. I wrote down a different one.
Oh, I didn't know that you had a name.
Oh yeah. I made a note of it in my touchstone. That's okay, Elijah Perry.
I randomly generated a name.
I like that name better.
But he is no more. At least, not whole.
Let's get out of here. I don't think.
Really want to leave evidence like this?
Well,
You still haven't answered my question. What technicality did he get off on?
Out of character. I don't know the exact technicality. I just know that I came up with the Yada technicality, but I was thinking something like mismanaged evidence, or broke the chain of custody, and like key evidence got taken off, and he.
All of the evidence was circumstantial,
Oh, okay.
as I had stated before.
All right.
Circumstance.
Yes.
Doesn't make it a technicality. That means that you can't prove he was actually there. It's like, as long as nobody saw us, nobody can prove we're here. We don't leave fingerprints. We don't leave DNA. We are the walking dead. We feed on them.
It had to
But
have
back
been
to
him.
the main question, do you really just want to leave this body in pieces all over the place?
No, I suppose we can't.
Oh, we can, because, like I said, as long as nobody sees us, we're fucking golden.
This is how we left her. I kind of think it's poetic justice that that's how someone will find him.
Realize what you're saying, right?
What do you mean?
You come in here hungrier than you should be, rip the man to pieces, bleed him dry, and this is how her body was found?
Yes.
Without equipment or mechanical devices, saws, chainsaws, knives, axes, hatchets. Humans can't do this to each other. Unless they're on some very potent, very powerful drugs.
It had to have been him. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Oh, that's what circumstantial means, right? You can't prove it's him. Nothing directly links him to it, whatever it is. Just go watch the house for me. I'll be out. How long does 3 scenes take?
3 scenes?
Let's see. Trying to read this because 3 turns. Sorry.
3 turns? I mean,
Yeah.
that's up to me to decide.
Yeah.
Because 3 turns can be turns like other tabletop games where it's 6 seconds, and turns can be
Okay.
whenever I decide.
Okay. Just curious.
But if you're preparing a specific disposal
Yes.
property, generally it only takes you about a couple minutes to prepare.
Okay. It doesn't take anything to prepare other than arouse.
Okay. Then rouse for me.
Success.
All right. And you have plenty of time to dispose of the pieces as you see fit. Some of the smaller ones you really can't do much about, but the bigger pieces you...
I'm going to pile together and coat in my blood for ashes to ashes.
All right. You make a slice on your wrist. You pour your vitae over atop this pile of flesh and bone and other viscera. Coat it in a very big helping of your vitae. Thankfully, doesn't make you any hungrier to force your vitae out through this wound. You then close the wound shut with a lick, and immediately the pieces of this Elijah Perry are turned to dust.
I'm gonna make my way out back, and I'm going to leave the back door open. I'm not closing it. And maybe the wind will blow the ashes around.
Virgil, you see that Malice just simply empties a bit of his blood onto this pile, and it
I think he
withers
made
away.
me wait outside so he can't, so I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
That's why I made him go outside, and I'm waiting until he goes outside before I start.
Yep. Speaking of which, you didn't get a 10 or a 1 on your rouse, did you?
No.
Okay. Cool beans.
No. My Misi dice only tells me if it's a critical success, but every other success is just one of these.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I was, because on a crit success or a crit failure on your rouse, you take a stain. So, that is the power of oblivion as you utter those little words that you speak into the void to essentially melt this flesh into ash, commanding the void to do as you will. But in doing so, you are no worse for wear. You know that this particular set of powers of yours can be tempting to overuse, but you know it eats away at your soul.
At a time before I leave. And the whole time I'm doing this, I'm thinking, what the fuck did you do, Virgil? Circumstantial evidence. God damn it.
But you exit the building, rejoining Virgil.
How did Virgil get here? Did Virgil walk?
Seems like.
Get in the car.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Virgil will just kind of get in and climb in the back seat and just kind of hunch down so no one can see him.
I'm sure for you. And that's all Malice is gonna say.
I had to open him. There was no other evidence.
You know, if I had left the body as it was, there was no evidence that you'd ever been there. You say it's the same way the body of whoever he supposedly killed was left.
Similar, yes.
Think then, Virgil, how would he have done that if he was guilty and left no evidence? Did he come in with equipment and Tyvek suits so they didn't get anything on him, didn't leave anything? Gloves,
Don't know.
boots on his feet? How else is a human going to come in, murder somebody, leave the bloody mess you left, and not leave evidence?
Virgil just gonna like over and over himself is like, it had to have been him. I can't. And he'll just start mumbling to himself.
Alice is going to leave it, head back to the Coterie Domain.
And that's where we're going to take a quick break. So, we'll be back soon, everyone, with more of episode 25, War in the Soul City. Welcome back, everyone, to War in the Soul City. Dana, after having left the prince's presence, decided that she needed some personal time. She needed to spend some time in an environment that was rightfully hers, personally hers, something she's cultivated over the last few years. The necessity of spending time with those who are important in a place that's important. Ted is there, manning the bar, much as always. Thankfully, he's not up to any shenanigans tonight. Thankfully.
Well, it's the little things.
And Persian is playing away at the guitar. She's still doing some vocals. Maybe this is a new track that she's been working on, but maybe she's testing it out. Testing it out on the crowd, see how they like it.
You know, usually I used to get excited on the idea of a new track coming out. Now the mind is just stuck in what kind of hell have we brought onto ourselves. I'm trying to end up thinking these things through, but it's proving to be difficult. Currently, the door's open to my office, but I am just going through the busy work, the paperwork, listening to Persian sing. On occasion, end up listening to the patrons, gauging crowd reaction, watching that crack that happens. You know when a building is shifted, you can see a crack in the corner going right up along the ceiling and along the hip between the walls where they meet. I'm looking at it and it's bugging me. It's like this little thing that I shouldn't give it any thought, but it's just bugging me.
Has it grown half a millimeter?
I'm watching it split right in front of me. I've seen it split 1/10 of a millimeter in the past hour. And it's bugging me that I can actually see that. But I'm trying to keep on the paperwork because orders for beers, liquor, gotta get some new tables. I don't know where the hell we're gonna get the money out of that. Sound equipment is still being used that I'm pretty sure was bought in the early 90s. Half of it's refurbished or bought from bands that ended up falling out. They just need to end up recouping some of the costs, so.
All of the graphics on that mixer are all rubbed off.
Some days I think this place is falling apart like the city. Problem is that this place, at least that's part of the aesthetic, that's part of the charm. At least for most people. It used to be for me.
Wouldn't a nice glass chandelier be perfect right now?
It would. Where the hell did that come from? He just kind of thinks about it. Just realizing her own mind is starting to wander. When was she into glass and crystal and all that? I don't know.
The refracted light would look really pretty.
She almost gets lost in the vision of it for a moment. It tries to shake it out of her head. She hates this Toreador curse. Spending more time in museums, art galleries, and places where you end up finding, I don't know, aesthetics. And right now, this is the small things starting to get. She's been in places where it's almost painful to be in, almost like trying imagining being in a Nosferatu haven for one. It's perplexing. continue on. Yeah, listening to Persian play. You can almost hear. And this is the big thing for live performances. Snare drums don't sound the same on recordings. Even on MP3s, you don't really get that same sound in digital. It's a really weird thing. Hearing a snare drum in real life and then hearing the recording. Again, all digital recordings starting to drive me a little bit batty. I think that has something to do with compression. I don't know. It just doesn't sound right. It's like
The tiniest bit tinny.
it's like having a Chicago pizza when you're not in Chicago.
Just not
Yeah,
quite right. Could be a near perfect replica, but something just isn't quite right.
My theory is it's the smog. It's the smog that does it for the taste. But I haven't been in Chicago since I was 12. How long ago was that?
Starting to lose track of time.
I'm going to continue to end up working on paperwork and the orders, make sure everything's good for the morning, so this way it's all sent out, and continue my evening business. You know, this is really the pain in the ass. It's, I don't know. Start thinking about if I should end up in pooling somebody to take care of the place while I'm gone. But then again, I don't think I would trust them to do so. Kind of goes against my sensibilities, really.
And as you're kind of mulling that over a little bit, Persian strides up to the door. She's come off this stage, come down to the back room, kind of looks at you and smiles. Hi.
Hey, Persian. How you doing?
I'm good. It's been a little while. Where you been?
Hell.
Oh.
First class ticket and ended up getting dragged through its absolute worst. And then I decided it just wasn't enough, so I decided to come back here.
Well, at least you choose this hell, right?
Yeah. I think that's the important part, really, the choice.
Right.
How's the search for a new bass player going?
I'm trying a few people out,
what I
but
expected.
trying a few people out, but nothing really feels right, you know?
It never does. Maybe that's part of the problem. Keep chasing after what used to be. She thinks it's clear she, in her own mind, that's not the basis she's talking about when she says that.
I was worried that you were avoiding me.
Please, if I wanted to avoid you, I'd just fire you.
Hey. I guess that's true.
Why do you think I would be avoiding you, Persian?
Well, the last time that we had a conversation together, you kissed me and then you left. And it's been a few days. Either I've been here and you're not, and you've been here and I'm not, and... Well... we haven't had a chance to talk since then.
Well, you're currently talking about wanting to talk about the new song? Is it something with the numbers? Is there another problem with the orders again?
No.
So what do you want to talk about, Persian? She puts down her pen.
Well, got me confused. Look, I'm not gonna knock anybody who's into chicks. I mean, to
Now I'm
each
just
their own.
disappointed.
Well, I didn't say that I'm not. Generally speaking, that's a no, but
But
I don't know.
is just enjoying the teasing at this point.
I don't know what to make of it. Honestly, you and I have been friends for a long time now. I mean, like, this is fucking weird.
Life's weird. It keeps getting weirder. I'm finding that a lot these past few nights. But
Well,
I've always enjoyed the moment.
But you're also my employer, and I'm also the music person. You know, there's
You're so flustered. That's adorable.
You're the one.
It's a fling. It was a moment of impropriety on my part. You can blame it on me if you want, and I'll let it go.
Oh,
I just thought I'd fire my shot, and I got shot down. That's all it is to it.
well, I wasn't shooting you down.
Well, you are. You're making it as awkward as possible, trying to end up getting answers to questions you don't even ask. Or are you saying it's something else?
Well, no, it's just trying to make sense of it all. Just wanted a sounding board.
Momentary lapse in judgment. My bad. Don't think much more about it.
She looks disappointed.
What's with that look?
I wasn't expecting that as an answer.
Well, you're the one. You said it for yourself. I'm an employer, and your employer, and definitely not. I'm not a fan of the idea of abusing my position. It just to end up getting a date. Wouldn't want to do that to you, Persian.
Well, I think there's only one solution to that then. I quit.
You're gonna quit on me.
I mean, if you're interested. Then it doesn't make it awkward.
Kind of looks in. She's just kind of gauging. And I'm gonna roll a wits insight.
Okay.
I want to know exactly what Persian wants out of this. After all, the blood can be a little tricky at times. That is a 5.
Ooh.
That is a crit.
You are reading her like a book. She has never been one to very easily hide things when she's, she wears her feelings on her sleeve. You've always kind of liked that straightforwardness about her. And this is no different. She is looking to try it out. She likes you. A lot. That much is evident.
just something. Now, I am... Let me double check Dana's humanity. I don't think she's actually dropped enough to end up doing the play. Yeah, no. She wouldn't do that, not in her current state. If this is what you want, I'm not opposed to saying... I'm not opposed to going for the ride. Though it does kind of make it a little awkward for me personally right now. I mean, she kind of looks her up and down. She's not overtly hungry, but there is always that predator nature.
You do kind of wonder what a taste of Persia would taste like.
Well, I'm not sure if I want to eat her or eat her. But, that being said, I have a... I'm really curious to see on what she does.
She kind of...
Or if she's just a wonderful little ball of awkward when it comes to romance.
And in the years that you've known her, every bit of the relationships that you've seen her in that have gotten anywhere close to being that, to being, you know, even just casual, has always been awkward on her part. She doesn't do people very well. Music, she's got that in the bag. But socializing, she's never been that great at it. She does start to walk towards you and kind of awkwardly lean over the desk.
If she's getting close, I am going to rouse for blush of life. I cannot afford for her to succeed. Nice.
Nice.
I cannot afford for her to suddenly start suspecting things.
And she does. She leans in close to you.
Dan is confident. Absolutely confident. She just wants to see what is she going to do. She's not sheepish so much as giving Persian some time to end up really considering this decision. And really come to grips with it all. After all, big step. It's kind of weird to end thinking of the idea of, I don't know.
Just as Persian is awkwardly leaning there, and her lips are about to touch yours, there's a knock at the door. And instantly, Persian's caught a little off guard. And you see that Ted has knocked on the door.
Hey, Ted. How's it going? Dana just seems to react as though this is normal.
There's somebody here to see you.
Okay. Is this person of some kind of importance? It's me and Persian are kind of having a moment here.
It says that you know him personally. Long dreads. Kind of golden eyes.
God damn it.
Who's that?
Well,
Persian says.
An old ex.
Ew.
Yeah. This is gonna be fun. You want to sit around for the spat, or do you want to end up seeing if my vocal range is as high as yours?
I'll stay here if you want me to.
You know what? I've already had my fill of awkwardness for the night. I might as well just top up. Persian, I'll end up expecting your letter tomorrow night.
Gotcha.
Might as well work the rest of your shift.
Gotcha. And Persian and Ted kind of steps to the side, and the individual that comes in is none other than Austin Wright. Your sire. As the other two leave, you're left alone with this other Rose.
If you're gonna end up standing there, at least you can do is close the door and lock it behind you.
Fair enough. And he does so, closes the door and locks it behind. Just checking in on you.
Checking in on me.
Yeah. Finished up everything I was doing tonight. Figured I'd come see what's become of this place.
It's built out of a hotel built in the 1800s, currently falling apart at the brickwork, and right now I end up seeing the foundation shifted by a couple more millimeters just tonight.
Ugh. That's rough. Plans to fix it up?
What cash? I got enough to end up being able to keep this place afloat, try and end up making sure that people end up getting paid, and end up managing to end up restocking the bar. Just ended up having to end up figuring out where the hell I'm going to end up getting a few extra tables and chairs, because right now the duct tape aesthetic is kind of bugging me. So I presume that you were here on Camarilla business.
Not particularly. More personal, actually. I mean, look. I do like what you've done with the place.
Austin, you're suave when you need to be, and right now I get it. I get it. I don't, to this day, still understand what made you do whatever you had to get the okay to embrace me, or what kind of trouble that ended up causing you. What I don't get is you know exactly who I was beforehand, and that you made me into a rose. More importantly, you're aligned with the cam, and that you had to have known. You had to have known exactly on how this was going to turn out. So why? I'm wrapping my brain around it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Why I picked you. To be a rose, specifically.
You picked me because you like the idea, the aesthetics of punk and metal, yet like it about the idea of the fuck everything, we're gonna end up making it our own way. You like that. I get it. But you're reminding me of a lot of the... You might remember You know, you end up having a lot of these people who wanted to end up saying that they were about it, buy the band shirts, wear the spikes around their wrist, and have a whole bunch of chains with various memorabilia, skull earrings, and all that kind of stuff. But when shit hit fan, you know, they were a consumer at best. That's it. It was something to be consumed. It wasn't, you didn't understand what it was about or why it was so important. It was just there. You had to have it. You had to be in the cool kids club, maybe, to try and get ahead of the hit curve or make it as a statement. Problem is that the camera isn't big on that. They like everything prim and proper. They like the idea of cocktail dresses and long flowing gowns and,
Like
you know,
Caitlin.
fancier. Yeah, like Caitlin.
She's more stereotypical. Takes after
And
her sire.
yeah. And then there's you with the dreads, so I get it. It's the aesthetic.
Well, it doesn't help that I have them for all of eternity now, so...
Well,
Even if I wanted to change to a fade, they'd come back. I'm sure you've come across that a couple of times, you know, wanted to change your hair. Next day, it's back to the normal.
that's not even the part I hate about being honest. It's not. It's
It's that
right
crack in the
now.
ceiling.
No, even that didn't bother me before you know. No, what it is that now I'm thinking of installing chandeliers. I'm looking at an outfit and I'm asking myself, what does the shape of that end up making? I'm thinking like this, and when I'm not doing it, it bugs me and bugs me more. Hell, I have here 3 Coterie here members right now, 2 of which are goddamn haunts, and the other one is a family.
Ooh.
And I gotta be around that all day. And I try to be nice. I try to end up making things work as much as I can. And it's like I'm getting jabbed in the eyeball every 2 seconds, and then they just get the worst of it. Because it's just irritating me. And I get they don't deserve it, but you know what? I'm not here to make friends. So I'll play the role of queen and bitch. Whereas beforehand, I would have ended up taking one look at maybe Rodney or, you know, the new kid coming in, Virgil. Say, fuck, that is metal as fuck. Now I can't do that. I can't say that with a straight face because it's just jabbing me in the fucking eyeball, Austin. So, yeah.
Sucks. It really sucks, doesn't it?
So why'd you do it? Let's go over the hit list, shall we? You killed me. You made me into this. So now everything that I was tied to had to go away, had to take up something new. Then I end up finding myself tied with a goddamn leash, saying I gotta be beside you all the time and pretend to be your girl. And what happens after that? Well, I finally end up finding something I can jive with. Yeah, I end up getting a chance to end up meeting Belle. End up going in with the Anarchs, understand what the hell it was. I felt like I actually had a purpose there rather than a piece of arm candy or your personal validation that you're still with it. And then, afterwards, this shit gets heated, and I end up having I still have a bone to pick with you, but then the sheriff takes Belle. drags me cooking while kicking and screaming, and places me in front, and then you gotta end up pulling some strings. And now the anarchs think that I sold them out. They want me dead, and right now the feeling's fucking mutual. But I don't have any allegiance to the camp. Let's be real here. Me as a fucking cape? Does that make sense to you at all? No, I don't think so. I'd like to think you're smarter than that, Austin. And now, I just had to end up offing three people who used to be a part of my crew. People that I used to ride with. You made sure. You fucking capes made sure that I'd take them out. Because if I didn't, I'd be taken out too. And then you put me on the front lines because here's a previous anarch we can jangle right in front of them.
That wasn't my choice.
Because I'm an expendable fucking asset in this whole city. And the second that the anarch threat is done, I'm done. And yet, that isn't so bad. Because I got nothing left except this fucking shithole. But it's my shithole, you understand that, Austin? So again, explain to me the plan. Explain to me why you did this to me.
Do you remember what happened that night? Some people forget this shit. Block it out of their brain.
Most people forget when they're being fed upon, yeah, and the last thing I end up remembering was you.
Yeah, I was there. I didn't kill you.
Fuck off.
I didn't.
You know, I am a vampire at this point, right? Kindred, as you like to say. So I kind of know how the routine goes. You saw something pretty. You wanted it. I get that. That's part of what we are. You had it. You wanted a taste of it. And then you, maybe went too far and said, oh, I can't live without it. Isn't that how it goes?
I couldn't live without it long before that. Why do you think that this place was doing as well as it did before? Now, I'm not trying to hang something over your head. I legitimately was here nearly every night to see you. And the couple of times, I even got up the courage to say hi. And, you know, I thought things were going pretty well. You know, occasionally stop by, say hi, you know, have a drink, you know, casual things.
Right.
Like actual alcohol.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. Yeah, there's been a few nights where I would love to just crawl into the bottom of a bottle of Jack Daniels right now. Hell, right now would be a fantastic start. Just throw it up. Just turns into wasted product. I can't even enjoy the buzz anymore. They feed somebody half a goddamn bottle just to end up getting a lick of it.
That sucks too. For me, it's cigarettes. I love that, just the taste of tobacco. I really liked cigarettes when I was alive. Now I'm lucky if it even tastes like it.
Well, having to force yourself to inhale just to end up doing something that you used to do automatically, I imagine, is a bit of a bitch. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out how the hell I talk when I'm not breathing. You know, it kind of requires air and vocal cords. I don't have that anymore. Why did I? It's the only blessing I have. I can keep talking so I can keep yelling at fuckers like you.
So, you're just gonna blame me for all of eternity?
Wanted to tell the story if it'll ease your conscience. Why not?
I've always been in your corner, Dana. I've always wanted to see you succeed. That was true before I embraced you. You're like family to me. I'm sure everybody, every kindred, had somebody like this that reminds them of who they used to be. Keep you on the straight and narrow. You were that for me. And some fucker decided he wanted to take you away from me. Fucker got boozed up. Started smashing shit. You intervened, like you do. And the next thing I know, there's a beer bottle jammed through you. You're bleeding out. So no. It wasn't me who killed you. I did what I had to. And yeah, I got shit for it. I had to cash in some pretty big chits. And even when you swore off the cam, I wish I could have followed you. You wonder why I'm with the cam?
Yeah, it might have come up once or twice. Roses follow Cam, usually. That's what Belle told me.
Usually. I know of a couple of roses who've chosen the other side of their thorns.
Or there was a few of them out in L.A.
There's a few of them here. But I'm invested.
So is this a way of saying that I owe you?
No. I'd never hold that over your head.
So what is this, Austin? What is this?
Olive branch? You've been avoiding me ever since you came back, so... Which... I wasn't gonna pressure you, you know. Give you some space. Let you do what it is that you do best. Which is be an independent woman. which was, kind of what drew me to you anyway. But, I didn't want to pressure you. I didn't want to get involved if you didn't want me to be.
Okay. But that doesn't answer the question, now does it? Why are you in the camp? If that what you said is true, that makes you a square peg in a round hole. Why? You had the favors to pull some shit.
Yeah. Had to work hard for those favors.
Why the cam?
Why the cam?
Why'd you have to be a fucking cape?
Because my sire didn't give me the choice. And now I'm neck deep in, and that's where I'm at. I've got friends, if you can call them friends. Certainly got enemies, but the closest thing I have to friends were old coterie mates. And
How would those be?
I don't think they're in Jackson anymore, actually. Yeah, they're
That's
long.
something to look forward to.
Yeah, they're long since moved on. Sometimes in the cam you get reassigned.
Shuffled off like a piece of meat, right?
Exactly. Which,
Okay.
the fact that I spent a bunch of favors on you meant I'm invested in you. I didn't want to see you go because it was too soon. Hell, you're in your 20s for eternity. You were in your 20s when you died. That's too soon, don't you think? You haven't even had a single lifetime. And maybe being a rose kind of got to me a little bit in that I do have a tendency to obsess over things.
I figured that. I
was-
started figuring that shit out when I ended up meeting Liv. For her, it was always the fucking guns.
Oh yeah. Ugh. I was never into guns myself, but damn,
Can't
did she
stand the
make
smell
them
of
shine.
powder. Like that. It stings the nose. I don't know on how somebody does it.
I can't
They
say
say
that it stings mine. Just not a fan. Thing I hate though, can't stand it. Onions. Onions. Something smells even the slightest bit like onions, I immediately want to hurl.
Just everything smells like onions, isn't it? It's like you add a small amount and it just overpowers everything else.
It really does. Which is hard when you were a chef the first portion of your life.
You were a chef?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that you were embraced because of your culinary expertise.
No, I think that's why they Googled me first.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is just getting weirder and more fucked up the more I hear it. Oh God,
It's a
what?
pretty traditional way the Camduous does things. Hell, I...
I don't even know what to say right now, Austin.
You don't
This
have
has
to
gone
say
from
anything.
something fairly simple of me just hating your guts to now me not sure if I'm falling for a goddamn sob story to now knowing that I was embraced by a Rastafarian Gordon Ramsay.
I wouldn't go so far as to say Rastafarian. That's, not into reggae. But... Nor do I really like the smell of weed. But, you know, that's a whole nother thing. But, yeah. I wanted to do better. Better than my sire did.
Well, okay, we'll just chalk it up with the that you fucked up the first part of it, and I'll end up saying, okay, give me a reason. You wanted an olive branch? I'm giving you an olive branch. Give me a reason. You know. At this point, I'm doing everything I can just not on impulse have Ted throw you out.
You ever get weird hunches?
Weird hunches.
I don't know if you've actually, you know, been training your senses or not.
I can see. I can watch pixels on a goddamn screen operate in so much detail that I can't see the image anymore because I can just see the red, blue, green lights, all three paired together in small clusters, and I can sit there and count them in about half a second. I can see, and this is the worst one. Tell me I'm not doubly cursed. If it's bad enough that I can see, I have to work with Nosferatu, even when they do that whole ninja vanish bullshit, I can still see them.
Hey,
Like, they can't even do that for me as a courtesy. I still see them.
ninja vanish. I like that.
And if that's not bad enough, I can take one look at somebody and it's like I already know them. I already know who I'm talking to before I even start talking. Point to the girl here. Point to the girl in the pencil skirt, and I'll tell you whether she's wearing panties or not from half a mile. I can tell you who's the last person she fucked. I can tell you whether she's had kids or not, and I can tell you whether she's going through the divorce or just reining them on otherwise. I know this shit without even knowing who they are. I just look and I know.
So your hunches more revolve around people, then. Good to know. You want to skip town?
Oh, where? Do what?
Anywhere but here.
Okay, I need to open up a book and see something real quick. Actually, it might be quicker. Forgot I had these. discipline cards, people.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I want to know the exact method of me being able to use. Oh. I am going to use Scry the Soul.
Okay.
I do get hungrier. And I don't have any modifiers, so let's go. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I got a willpower reroll it. Okay, Derek Dice decided to come back.
Oh,
okay,
no.
good. I thought it was busted.
No, Mojo just wasn't here to siphon it.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, so
So what are you wanting to know with Scry the Soul?
I want to know if he's diablerized somebody, or if he's done something that may end up warranting his need to end up getting the fuck out of the city right now. I'm not sure if I'm being played.
You don't
He
see
might have-
evidence of diablerie. Is that the only thing
Well-
you were looking for?
I'm trying to understand his emotional state right now. Where's it coming at this from an emotional level? I'll also roll an insight check afterwards to end up seeing, is he playing me?
Okay. Let me see. Is there a resistance roll to Scry the Soul or no?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Let me pull this.
Just put away my cards, goddammit.
My
No, it's okay.
bad.
No, it's all good.
Ooh, I did,
Just need
I did
to-
finish his character sheet. Nice.
Nice. Yay, being ahead of the game for once. When it comes to Scry the Soul, it's Composure Subterfuge as an individual, or versus difficulty and the size of the crowd, depending.
Okay. So it was a composure subterfuge?
Yep.
Okay. Oh. It might help if I turn that off. There we go. Try this again.
Wow, damn near a perfect roll. Okay, I can't scry shit.
But you don't see evidence of diablerie.
Fair enough. But I will end up doing the insight. So I'm trying to understand why he wants me out of the city. Why is he all of a sudden now saying we can elope? When in reality, well, let's be honest here. I don't fully trust him at this point. Maybe he's here telling me the truth. Maybe I ended up this. Maybe he's spinning a yarn.
Ooh, that's 6.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm gonna use the... well, he's not actually being all that subterfuge-y. Let's see what...
Wow, he matches me.
Meets it beats, though. You can tell he's being honest. He can certainly be suave. He can certainly be very charismatic and kind of get you to think what he wants you to think without really trying sometimes. But he's not doing that now. He's not trying to force you to do something. He's simply putting in a suggestion seemingly based off a hunch.
Do we always tend to end up just leaving on hunches, Austin? Is that a Toreador thing? Is that why we're known to be flighty?
Not always. It just kind of depends. We share the same discipline as our seneschal, and our seneschal has always been very insightful. And I kind of take after that in a regard.
And you want to just, what? Me jump in your car and we just go off into the moon set together?
I don't expect you to. I'm not getting my hopes up. But just asking. I don't like the way that things are going. I've just got a bad feeling about it.
Thinks about it for a minute. Cam will get rid of her the moment the Anarchs are gone, and the Anarchs will take her out the moment that the Cam is gone. Then again, last time she checked, there weren't many places they can go that doesn't have either one. But then again, it's not like she's notorious. Yeah, in this city, sure, but you can live forever. Change the name. A few bobby pins. That would mean I'd have to be near Austin. I don't know. I've spent so many years hating him. Even now, I still hate him. But it might be best, at the very least, if he's really being forward with it. She looks to him. Tell you what, Austin. I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say yes. I'm gonna say keep the engine running. Because there might be a time where I'm gonna have to say yes. It's practical. Only reason.
Fair enough. Wasn't planning on letting the engine go cool anyway. You know where to find me.
You ever do this before? Just move to another city?
Once.
How'd that go?
Everything I ever liked in that city was gone anyway.
I got some paperwork to get to, Austin.
It's about time for bed anyway. For too long.
Okay.
Couple hours.
Maybe. She tries to look back at her paperwork. No goodbyes, no nothing. Trying not to get attached. She's never given him a real chance. Maybe when she was really young, she was, the wound was still fresh. Now it's been a few years. Now it's... he made her. That's not emotionally charged, that's a matter of fact. But he is a cape. How far can you trust a cape? Once you... after he's gone. Kind of takes a moment to look over the barn, the armory. Persian. Ted. It's not much, but it's mine.
And the scene closes on Dana. And we find Rodney, having buried himself into the underground of this lovely city. He's hard at work, aren't you, Mr. Drummond?
Yes. Yes. Beating stone with fist. This needs to be done. The vault needs to be done. The words of the seneschal are rattling about in my head. I won't stop. Beginning to feel like a Malkavian. We are fighting a losing battle and the prince has just shown his hand. He's talking peace. And talking peace in the middle of war means that we're losing. We've lost too much ground. And we're likely not going to get it back. Not right now. We've lost the power. So, I need to get this done. Be damned, I'll take all night and all day to do it. But it will get done.
And so, Rodney punches, rips, and forces the ground around him to bend at his will. The tunnel, the vault, the escape route, this back door. You know that once you find the basement of the Elysium, you know that you've finished. You continue, you go as long as you can, but you can feel your body start to give way. You know that daylight is above you, but you're well protected underground here. You have to make it every way through. You have to make it to the Elysium site. You have to get this finished. The tunnel goes from the sewers, from the Warrens, out into an escape route out to the top side of the city. The tunnels that you've created go from the outskirts of Jackson down to the Warrens, and from the Warrens to the Elysium. A way to protect your prince, your seneschal, and your sheriff.
No. A way to protect the Calhoun line. That's what the Seneschal said.
They are all that matters. And so you dig. But as daylight rolls, as if you can detect where the sun is in the sky, as if by compass, your body is threatening to give up on you. I need you to make a humanity roll.
Yep, so I'm just counting the...
It is your
5.
total humanity. So your humanity 5. That is how many dice you have.
Yep.
Difficulty.
No modifiers.
Oh.
Oof.
The first roll was difficulty 4. So,
Success.
you are able to press through morning. Funny thing about the undead, they don't feel exhaustion. Your body is working slower than you would normally like, but that's because the lethargy of the day sleep is threatening to overtake you at every moment. The rigor mortis of your body is threatening to bind you, but it's somehow you're able to command yourself through it. Command your body to move as you intend, not the sun. To make it past noon, this one will be difficulty 5. Make me another humanity roll.
Bugger.
However, as the high noon of the day, as you can almost feel like the weight of the sun is bearing down on you, you suddenly stop. Your mind is continuing to race about the things that you've been seeing, that you've that you've been told. Your eyes still remain open, vigilant of the surroundings. Unlike normally you close your eyes in order to imitate sleep, but there you are, staring at your work, your unfinished work.
It's
And-
frustrating.
Yes, tell us about your thoughts and your feelings as you wait.
As my body freezes, I cannot. It is so frustrating and so angering. It needs to be done. It needs to be finished. It's been sitting on the back for too long. Too long. And now I can feel the weight of everything bearing down, and it needs to be done. It needs to be done. It needs to be done. And yet the day is a curse. Right now it is a curse. It stops me from my work. It stops me from getting done what needs to be done. I'll have to consider this and continue this as the sun goes down.
The sun passes through the sky as if you can feel the cycle of it. You can hardly wait for that sun to meet that horizon and go strictly down for dusk to move into night, it can't come quick enough. It can't come quick enough. Oh, what you wouldn't give to be able to push through that one more time. It's agonizing. It's agonizing to watch. But the sun sets on a new night. And to wake once more, I would like everyone to make a rouse check. Virgil, the freedom from your beast did not last long enough. Those little errant thoughts, they're back. But they're not overpowering any net yet. They're just little whispers. Little thoughts. Is Dana gonna rouse? Or Malice?
We did. Success.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm generally not watching the webcams. Derek?
I don't think I have anything in Tad.
No, I was asking you for a rouse.
Oh.
Because it's a new night.
Sorry, like I said, I've been fading. Oh god, I'm already at 3 hunger.
Oof. Those hunger thoughts are maddening. But you're awake. Rodney, you are still in the tunnel where you had begun carving.
As soon as he can move again, he's straight back to it.
Right back to it. What is Dana, Virgil, and Malice up to today?
Well, Dana's gonna go check in at the Dolphin Hotel.
That's generally where you sleep, unless you tell me otherwise.
At this exact moment, I'm currently still going over what I ended up discussing with Austin. The fact that I've had a conversation with him is the thing that might end up making me feel a little weird. Then he's... What if he's right? I make it a point that I'm gonna go feed tonight.
Just as a note too, Rodney wants to send Charles back to let everybody know that he is still alive.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the cat comes back to come sleep at the hotel. But as soon as everybody's awake and he kind of rubs against everybody's legs sufficiently, he's making his way back to Rodney, wherever Rodney may be.
This is still going over the conversation he had with Virgil last night. Can't get it out of his head that this is the 6th body he's had to get rid of now.
It's true. How many more, Mr. Mallows? How many more people are going to simply disappear because of you? And Virgil, you're awake too. In the little closet of a room that you have been assigned. But each of you are awake. You are all present together if you have things to say to each other.
I think it's at this point Dana is just a little less catty than usual. She's kind of seems to be lost in her own head. Obviously, the offer from Austin is causing her quite a bit of concern. She's making plans with the intent to feed, and then afterwards going to see Persian. You have eternity to live, and that's a long time to live without regrets. Longer still when you have them. I'd rather keep, if I have to leave, I'd rather keep my load light.
Oh,
Is
Dana.
Had a offer come in.
Got an offer.
Thinking it over.
Lady like you get any offers every night.
Besides, if we're all going to get massacred by the end of this due to Calhoun's ineptitude, well, I'm certainly not going to end up leaving anything on the table.
Massacred for Prince Calhoun's ineptitude. Come again? Fill me in?
Long story short, we happened to run across the fact that he was, and I'm sorry for just informing you now, but it was a late night.
Yeah.
We ended up finding out that he's been talking with the Baron. And suffice it to say, I'm not exactly positive or assured that that meeting went well. Little secret that, well, you asked, and since you're a coterie mate, she almost chokes on that word. I thought it was only fair that somebody fill you in.
Appreciate that, Dana.
Don't. You're not exactly what I would end up calling a cape themselves. You're something else. Trusting you is probably a big mistake, but hey, wouldn't be the first one.
From what I hear, you've made a few of those yourself. However, Prince Calhoun and the Baron are having secret meetings.
Secret meeting, one singular.
Secret meeting. Okay. With no idea of how that one went.
I know enough to know a losing hand when I see it.
Given the information Rodney got from the Seneschal, they're planning for the worst, aren't they?
We're finding out at this exact moment who's ride or die.
I see. So that's why Rodney's not here.
I'd have to guess
Assuming.
so. Who knows? Maybe he's digging his own grave.
He's digging something, but I doubt it's a some grave.
What do you mean digging something? You know something?
He's been working on something. He's asked everybody here for help. I can
Yeah,
only assume that whatever it was he was asked to dig, he's gone and done on and finished himself, or trying to finish.
I don't have much to end up telling you here, Malice, on that one. But then again, I hate to ruin a nail.
Malice, you get a notification on your phone.
Yeah, pick it up.
A text message
Um,
from Mercy.
shit.
Simply says, scatter.
Shit. Okay. I will let Dana and Virgil know. It's time to run. I don't know what it is. Don't know where it is. Don't give a fuck. Scatter.
And at that exact...
Rodney did give them the information as to where the vault was. Just
To Malice and Virgil would likely know about that. And Dana as well, I assume?
Don't think we've ever actually talked about it.
Rodney did give it to her. Whether she remembers it or not, though, is another thing.
Not her primary concern.
Um,
It says scatter, she's scattering. She's not taking the tunnels to do it.
Rodney gave me the information on where that vault is. I'm headed to the vault. Probably dragging Virgil along with me. If Atlas isn't trying to maul me for it.
I was just trying to think of what Virgil would do if you would try to find his sire, or if you would just fuck off.
And as each of you climb into your vehicles, there's a fire in the middle of town. The 4th Avenue Lounge. You can see it on the horizon.
Dana starts speeding. She didn't get the opportunity. Not to hunt, anyway. She starts to end up driving. She knows where to end up finding Austin at this point. Doesn't matter how this plays out. If the Camarilla somehow take it to the Anarchs, she's done. If the Anarchs take this city, she's done. Now she's got to trust that bastard. That's going to be frustrating, to say the least. She wanted to spend the night with Persian, actually. Yeah, this is exactly what happens when you hesitate. For being... She just starts hitting the steering wheel over and over again. Fangs biting in the bottom lip. Fire over the horizon between the buildings, I imagine causing the sky to have that horrible orange. Almost like sunrise. It's far worse than that. Sunrise doesn't crawl into the basement to find you. It doesn't hunt you when you're hiding in a trunk inside a body bag. This is a war zone. It's starting. She's got to get out.
Upon seeing that fire on the horizon, Malice, a small part of you knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that Joseph is there.
Much as I want to see him gone, I gotta get to Rodney and make sure Rodney's alright. Make sure Rodney knows.
You make your way to the topside entrance to this tunnel system. You climb your way down. Virgil, where are you headed?
I guess you would stick with Malice till they come up with a plan. He's just... He just needs to protect his new friends. See what they say to do. If it's truly everything's falling, then he's going to be looking for self-preservation. But if there's still a way to fight, he's ready to fight.
So following Malice down into the tunnels, the both of you run as quickly as you can through the tunnel. Malice with the intention of reaching Rodney, and Virgil, you with the intention of backing Malice up. The two of you run, and you run quickly. And by the time that you both reach Rodney, the tunnel entrance has just been opened to the Elysium. But there's only 3. Only 3 individuals that you see coming through that wall. Kyle Anderson Calhoun and his coterie mates, Colette and Fernando.
Hello there.
It's just the 2. It's just the 3 of them.
Virgil will just walk up with his rifle out and say, "What's happening? What's going on?"
They've killed Prince Calhoun, Kyle says.
Hello there.
Was it?
Anarchs. Thin Bloods.
Joseph.
All of them. We have to go. They're still there.
They're still there.
They're
What of
still-
Sheriff Galvin?
I haven't seen him. They took him.
And the Seneschal?
She's dead. I watched them
Right.
all die.
Asia. The keeper.
All of them.
You'll have time to grieve later. We must go. Now. Now. Rodney starts heading back down the tunnel.
Stick with us. We'll keep you safe. Virgil's just right behind Rodney, gun up, just clearing every single thing ahead of him like he's been trained to, pushing his way through, trying to find some sort of safety.
Rodney will lead them back through the vault. This is what this was designed for. This is why Galvin asked me to build this. And the Seneschal knew this was all coming. She knew. The prince showed his hand last night. And he paid the price. Now we're all paying the price for him showing his hand. Rodney is actually saying this out loud.
Can I have a point for clarification?
Sure.
This is this a vault as in a defensible position, or is it just a tunnel out
Hello
to get everybody out of Elysium?
It is a defensible position.
Okay.
A Brainian layer that Rodney is known for building.
Okay, I just wanted to know if, because how it was described 2 different ways, that it could have been either in my mind. I was
Right.
just confused.
Yeah, it's got ways in, it's got ways out, and it is defensible. And you can lock it down if you have to.
Before I head into the vault, I'll send a quick word to Mercy.
You have no phone
I'm
service
safe
down
for
here.
now. What?
You don't have any phone service down here.
Well, there goes that plan. Any special codes or anything you need to know if I need to come back? Rodney.
Rodney will tell him how to get in and out. It's practically a maze in and out of this place. So he gives him some very strict directions.
I got the mind for that. Gotta check on Marcy.
Don't take too long.
Be back
If
as
you
quick
take
as I
risks,
can.
you'll cause danger.
I'll go with you, Kyle says.
No, you stay here. You go nowhere.
You stay here. Is there somebody you need me to look for?
They took Sheriff Galvin. He has to be alive still.
We'll find him. But right now, Rodney's right.
I will not.
Rodney's right. Rodney's right. We have to keep you safe, and at this moment, this is the safest place you can be.
I don't know where it is that you feel that you have the authority to do such a thing, Mr. Malus.
I have the authority from the
for
Seneschal.
anything.
That's where the authority comes from. She told me that you were the one that mattered. You and your coterie. That you were the one to be kept safe. So you stay here. That was the job that she gave me.
Mr. Drummond, I mean you no disrespect. But no. And Kyle starts to walk towards the exit.
Rodney will actually grab him and yank him back. And if he has to fight Kyle to keep him here, he will. Mr. Calhoun, I do not believe you understand the position here.
I don't believe you understand the position that you're in either.
More than you know. Leave the sheriff to us. We are expendable. You are not. This is what we do. We are the dig crew. We dig things up and we put them in the ground.
Then hurry.
Your word that you will not leave this location unless it becomes too dangerous.
On my honor.
Malice will take one of the two pistols that he got from Don Mancini and hand it over to Kyle, just in case.
Fernando nods and kind of steps in front of Kyle. Don't worry, I've got him.
Rodney will quickly run them over the features of the vault and give them instructions to get out if they have to. Will you remember this?
Yes.
Do not forget.
Virgil's going to look over at Malice and say, "Do you want me with you, or do you want me protecting them? What's more important?"
In his head attached where it is, how it is, from what Rodney said, is the most important thing at the moment. Which is...
We need to get Galvin out. I will hold them to their word. I will believe their word. The three of us go to get Galvin.
Yeah.
If that's what you guys want. I am down.
You make up your own mind, Nigel. You're off the leash.
Where am I
Nobody
most
else is
needed?
gonna tell you what to do or where to go. It's for you to decide.
I've always just been a hammer looking for nails, man.
Well, this is
I'm
a
a
chance to
soldier.
hammer some nails.
Yeah. Either I protect them or I go with you and take out as many as I can. Which is more important to the situation, is all I want to know.
Rodney is actually going to turn to Charles, and he's going to tell him to go get the other cats and bring them back to the vault. And those cats are to protect Calhoun and his coterie as well.
I'll look down at Atlas and say, you stay with them, you protect them. If I don't come back, just stay with them. I'll look at Calhoun and say, if I don't make it out of this, take good care of him.
He gives you a nod. And
Let's go, Malice.
You both make your way topside.
3.
3. You 3 make your way topside. You find yourself in the outskirts of the city when you come to the surface. They would take him to Flowood. You know that they would. And so you make your way towards that domain. And wouldn't you know, you find a truck with a body dangling from it, driving down the highway. Wrestling with a couple of kindred thin bloods. You find him. You find Sheriff Galvin. Most of him, anyway. In pieces. But still very much a head on shoulders. Torpid. But still, quote-unquote, alive.
How many are there?
How many are there?
How many anarchs are we talking about dragging him down?
Oh, I was just narrating the end.
Oh.
Pieces is the end. I was thinking how many pieces is Galvin in?
I was getting.
Rodney's about ready to jump in there, man.
Yeah,
It was Malice.
I was looking like, okay, well, we have a target-rich environment. Let's see which ones I'm shooting first.
Well, I was just going to narrate the end. Because we're running up on time anyway.
Okay.
So, you find the sheriff attached to this truck. You collect his badly beaten body. But thankfully he is still in one piece for the most part, head on shoulders. You make your way back to the vault just in time. And that is how Jackson fell. You hear, we as the audience hear a voice telling another kindred the story of Jackson. Holy shit. The white-haired individual says. That's intense. That's a lot. Holy shit. Damn. I don't even know what to say. Prince Calhoun showed his hand, and he paid the price for it. And that is the conclusion of War in the Soul City. You all survived.
Yes.
Bitch.
Oh,
Hey,
Shit.
I was
absolutely
totally.
hadn't planned on that.
I warned you guys. I was trying to hint at it in her dialogue. Don't
Yeah.
leave anything on the table.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right, this is your last shot. I picked up what
Yeah.
CoffeeCat putting down.
Oh no, I was expecting us to be swarmed and killed by a lot of anarchs while trying to save the sheriff.
Well, you
Right.
pick-
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting one last showdown.
To be fair,
Well, you know,
Oh,
if I had
wow.
skipped trying to find Rodney and went straight to Elysium, I might have gotten that.
Well, to be fair, if you ended up deciding doing that and it be a showdown, literally, Mojo, that we'd be here for the next 6 hours before you screwed up a roll, and the rest of us would be dead in the first round of combat.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a puppy.
Yes, you do.
First time Rodney ever really put his foot down with somebody.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was like,
Getting
this
ready
is the
to
job that I was given.
Get ready to judo throw the damn prince's kid.
Grandchild. Like, ah. He's like, I don't think you understand. Oh, no, Mr. Drummond, I don't think you understand. No, I understand perfectly.
Oh Lord.
No, the prince showed his hand and he paid the price for it.
I should have taken the hint when you said, I know he's there at the Elysium. Yeah, that's where I need to be going. Damn me.
Well, I hope that you all have enjoyed this game. Both you in the
Yes.
audience
Nah.
and you as players.
Nah, it was
Oh
terrible.
my god, yes.
2 out of 10 wouldn't play
day.
again.
I loved Rodney. I loved Dana. I loved Virgil. I loved Malice. I loved Mercy. I'm gonna miss those characters. But they lived long enough that we could probably play them again at some point.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Mojo's already taken Malice and Mercy and put them in another game, so.
Oh, okay.
This is an alternate world. Because Brian's there too, and 20 years hasn't passed yet.
That's
Oh.
fair enough. That's fair enough. But yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed uh, the game that we've been running here. Since this is the conclusion, I am not gonna run another game next week. We're gonna start session 0 for Austin by Starlight in the first week of August on Wednesday. So that will be, let me check my calendar. That'll be the 4th of August. No, 3rd of August. So that gives me a little time to prepare some in order to get the next VtM Chronicle up and going. But August 3rd, we will be continuing Vampire the Masquerade Chronicles in Texas, in Austin, where there is another set of anarchs that we will be following for that game, and session 0 is going to be all about that, and so be on the lookout for that. But we can do a short little AMA if we wanted to, if everybody's up for it. If there's any interaction from the chat that we would like to do, anybody in the chat have any questions? This is, of course, the prequel story, sequel campaign, but prequel story to San Antonio by Night, a sort of retelling by Marius Calhoun II to Faust, the lovely Ventru from Aftermath. And so, yeah, do we have any questions from the chat? Anybody in my cast have any questions for me? Or for each other?
So many.
Man.
I don't know where to start.
Best moments.
So Dana just up and ran, right? That's what I'm getting.
Oh, yeah.
Dana was like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Fuck this shit up.
Oh, all she needed was the opportunity. And I think it makes the most sense for her character. She was never ride or die with the Camarilla. That was set from day one. And her allegiances, and more importantly, who she rides with at all times, especially since she was embraced, has always been based off of, okay, where's my survival more likely to happen in?
Right.
And she has no faith in Marius Calhoun or any bunkers or anything like that. She's no faith in it whatsoever. The bunkers for the capes, you're being invited to end up hiding there because you're food. You're the pantry for them. That's what she thinks. But the chance of getting out, now being tied to her sire, doesn't like that much better. But better than what the Anarchs are going to do to her.
So, actually, if Dana hadn't have run, there was going to be a moment there, and if this shit hadn't have gone down right when it did, Rodney was actually going to offer Dana a dot of blood, because of what the blood can do, and he would have been offering that to her in a sense of he wanted to kind of power her up a little bit. So he found out from Agatha that that vampires had the ability to learn the skills from other kindred's blood. So he was planning on, telling that to Dana and being like, "Here, have some." But it never happened.
All right.
But Freaky thinks that Rodney stole the show with his speech today.
Oh, thank you.
But Volvo asks, what are the best moments of the Chronicle?
Best moments of the Chronicle. Let's see.
If you had to pick a favorite moment, each of you.
Anytime I had to feed,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, oh, this always ends in bloodshed and tears. Yeah, there was that. I love the fact that it was just anytime I get the chance to jab at Rodney, like if that scene happened legitimately, it would turn into that may be the case, son, but no amount of presence is gonna help fix that.
Oh, poor Rodney.
Also, Rodney.
Only on the fact that she's one of the few characters where, like, every other character, everything's measured, weighed, understood, and what have you. Dana, no, she just wants to chomp at everybody. You know.
She takes chomping at the bit to a new level.
It's true.
Favorite.
Well, that's
There's so
Mother's.
many.
That's Mother's favorite point, of course. What
Mhm.
about the rest?
well, I think. Sorry, I wanted to say one thing. I think
go ahead.
my favorite point, though, the whole thing, I was making a joke about the feeding scenes because I can't have a normal feeding scene
No,
ever.
of course not. That's a
It's always basic.
That's Mother.
Yeah,
That's Mother in a
yeah,
nutshell.
that is very true. But I think my favorite thing was Kenny's end. I, for some reason, I think that was the best role playing I ever did, and it was just a hell of a scene for me. I went back and rewatched it, and it still hit hard for me.
Speaking of which, if you guys haven't checked out the VOD's exclamation point YouTube, we have a whole playlist, a whole channel actually, with VODs from this game, from my D&D games, from the past chronicles. Everything is uploaded to YouTube, so go check that out, because Radagast is already having a blast with it, and a couple of others have already mentioned they're having a blast with the old content. So it gives you context to War into the Coal City, to a War in the Soul City, as well as you get to see my first time storytelling a game.
What I found funny is that you ended up saying the line I should have ended up naming Edmonton, War on the Coal City.
War in the Coal City. Love it. Love to see it.
In terms of my favorite moments, I think some of the ones that I really loved is just anytime that Dana was on the screen. I think my favorite one out of any of those had to have been her ripping the asshole open of Virgil's sire.
He'll make his own
That
lube.
was such a fucking great scene of a Toreador ripping into a Nosferatu in the middle of Elysium.
Yep.
It was just so good.
And Rodney snickering in the background.
We also had Kenny's death scene, which was fucking amazing and had me bawling my eyes out.
And I gotta throw in like Rodney's scene with like when he was talking to
Young Calhoun.
business. The first time that he ever actually put his foot down with somebody.
So yeah, lots of really good scenes throughout this game.
It's all thanks to you guys, because you guys make the show. I'm just here.
You line it up, man. You line it up so well for us, though.
Man, I'm just here. It's you guys who make or break this whole game. You guys are the cast. I'm just the stage dressing.
You set it up for us, so you're also really important.
I mean,
it wouldn't exist without
we may
you.
be the cast, but you're the catalyst.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, if we're like talking like a baseball analogy, you pitch the ball and we try to hit it, and sometimes we knock it out of the park. But if you didn't serve it up, what else would we do?
there would be no home runs, I guess. But I have good cast members, and I am ever so glad that they're all going to be back for, Austin in Starlight by Starlight. That sort of working title. Um, but
Oh,
but
I really loved Austin's scene tonight too, when he was talking to Dana.
oh
That
right.
For
was
some
good.
reason, like because we were always seeing him from Dana's perspective, he always seemed like a real piece of shit. And then he like full on got redeemed in this last session. I was just like, oh, he's not as bad as I thought he was.
It was
Well,
never
no,
supposed to
when
be that
Kenny,
bad. You're just
yeah,
looking through the wine-stained haze of Dana's view.
when Kenny went to him for help, he like realized that he wasn't terrible, but Dana would never agree to that.
Rita Gast, yes, absolutely, go do it.
Yes.
Do
Uh,
it.
All of the early stuff, all of season 1 of the first series of San Antonio by Night is 100% cringe as far as my storytelling style. it
I'm so
develops
glad I joined
it
though.
it
but
develops
it's
over
so
time.
worth it
Yes. Yes, it's
to
great.
watch it develop.
It really is great. I've numerous times watched my own VODs. So, yeah. That's a thing I do.
Man, I loved that
I
first
still go
season so
back.
much.
I still go back and watch some really important, like really iconic scenes when it comes to the VODs. So, it's when you see them, you'll know. You'll know. Baby.
Have you ever thought of doing like a highlight video?
Like a channel trailer? Yeah, that would be really cool. Except I don't have an editing software, so
Ah, okay.
putting a channel trailer up would be pretty cool. But at the same time, I'm also running Chronicles for like less than 50 episodes, so putting it around one specific story is not exactly ideal, because a channel trailer might as well be one of the episodes,
Yeah.
a condensed version of one of the episodes or something. But something I've been thinking about, as far as channel quality and things like that. But that's something I've been thinking about too. But
I have one idea that we could do.
oh
One last audience poll for who is the favorite of the
yeah,
series.
audience favorite. Oops, might help if that was a slash. Oh, Black Wolf was gonna do it. Go for it, Black Wolf. Best mod, 10 out of 10. Best mod on Twitch.
Everybody's favorite mod.
Everybody's favorite mod. Everybody's actual mod, because he mods for me. He mods for Derek, and I don't know, maybe a couple of other streamers as well. I don't know exactly how many people he does, but yeah. Any other favorite moments or pretty good
So
moments?
many.
There were
Loved
so
all of
many.
the scenes with Rodney in Elysium. Uh,
Rodney and Elysium.
those, as cringe as they were at times, they were so worth it to see Rodney stepping outside of what it is that Rodney does.
Mm-hmm. Fricky
Rodney
remembers.
trying to clean up after Ken.
Remembers one of those
Yes.
feedings ended in arson.
Rodney trying to
Yes.
clean up after Ken in Elysium when Ken stuck his foot in his fucking mouth in front of the fucking harpy.
Gotta say, for me personally, as the character of Malice, the scene with Liv Sire
Ooh.
was one of the toughest, one of the hardest, and one of my favorite moments from this game.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say
I
the
liked
one with
Caitlyn as a concept. I'm really sad that Lethality wasn't able to join us as Liv to be able to explore that a little bit more. But
Right.
Lives death.
Yep.
Lives.
Yep.
I gotta say, the one scene with you and your niece and that whole thing, that was a good scene, and it hit hard.
Yeah, that hit hard. I can't necessarily say that's one of my favorites,
Well,
but
my
yeah,
favorites are
There's the
all of the ones that hit those emotions, and Coffee knows just how to twist it.
I try.
Uh,
I make sad stories. I make sad stories here on Twitch. That's what I do.
It's almost like Coffee grabs you by the nipples and just twists them until there's tears.
See, that doesn't fuck with me though. That doesn't bother me at all.
But that's what he's doing with your emotions. He's like grabs it and twists it until there's tears. It's titty twisters, but with your emotions.
Exactly. Exactly.
You'll rip the rings out before you actually get a tear from me that way.
Jesus.
But your actual emotions, I have gotten single tears.
Yes,
So.
you have a single tear from every chronicle I've been in with you. This one more than with San Antonio, but hey, you did it 4 times in San Antonio. Hell, you did it 3 times in one game here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, man, I still remember when, with fucking the first season, when the car exploded, I knew had lethality crying. like my car! They build emotional connection with the weirdest things and you target them and you hit them.
That's what I do. That's what I do best.
Just love this game. I love this group.
I love my
Y'all
cast.
make this what it is for me.
My cast are the greatest. Just saying. Best cast members of all of Twitch.
I'm just glad you guys let me sit in at the table with you all.
You're part of the best.
You're
I
part
am
of the
not.
cast now. Do you think we're letting you go?
No.
That's
You're
true.
We're
stuck
not
with
letting
us,
go.
whether you like it or not.
You're on the leash, man.
Okay, if you insist.
I will heap
I
blows
think
at
what-
you
I
the
think
same
what-
thing I did with
I
Derek.
think what you mean. I think what you mean is let go of my coattails, you plebeian.
I don't consider you plebeians. You guys make this. You guys make this game, like my games, possible. So.
I don't know
You
what I'm
make
going
your
to do
games
next.
possible.
I don't know what I'm going to do next Chronicle because I'm not going to have Derek lampooning me and eviscerating every
Derek
character
will
that I
always
make.
be lampooning you. Get that out of your head now. It doesn't matter
No,
what he's playing.
but
His character will
It'll
always
happen.
lampoon you.
well, that's true. I'm not saying that he's losing his ability to. I'm just saying it's not his most prominent character trait, probably.
He did.
He,
He did.
he
as
did it every
Urian.
game to a different character with Maria. He picked a single character and he was on that character the whole freaking episode.
Yeah.
And it was a different character every episode.
Derek does good foils, and I will still praise him to this day for being a great foil as Jade to Mordecai in the Hero Zone's original Chroma Company when we were first starting out, like early in.
Well, you have to also understand, like, when I end up playing characters like that, more often than not, right, it's highlighting particular things, not so much of my character, but of the other characters, right?
Right.
If you come in with a Nosferatu and you're hideous. In fact, one of the things that kind of makes me a little bit like, are you kidding me, is just like how sweet and kind of disregarding of the Nosferatu curse that a lot of people I've seen play. Like, this is just Tuesday. Like, no, you know, you kind of have that
Exactly.
reaction like somebody has 3rd-degree burns. It's hard not to stare or avert your eyes or make it awkward. It's especially if you're not acclimatized to it. So it's one of those situations where I want to play up. Like, no, this is a Nosferatu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that part of their bane is how hideous they are, how monstrous they can be, right? And I don't want to ever undersell that. I didn't want to I didn't ever want to undersell because they're Hekata. They're not trustworthy, right? Like, let's be real here. We know about the Hekata, right? Treating them with a certain degree of I'll work with you, but at arm's distance, if not further, right?
Virgil won.
Fairly the nerve. Yeah, Virgil. There we go.
Virgil won
Yeah,
the
Really?
you got the poll.
Yep, you won
Woo!
the audience favorite for tonight. Look at you.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
So oftentimes I will play to what the character is, right? And I did that with Rodney when it's like, oh god, it's the smell of cat urine.
Mm.
Like it's the eyes with Virgil, right? And like it's that lack of social graces and self-confidence that would be expected out of a toreador when you first came in, right? I prey on those specifically to highlight,
Mm.
and I do the same a little bit for myself in that regard, right? Like Dana is a toreador and she works on aesthetics, and when things don't quite line up right and all that, it starts to make them cranky.
Mm-hmm.
And this is literally the worst fucking coterie you could be in as a toreador. Let's be real here. It's pretty hard not to end up having that, right? We have two Nosferatu in the British. Bad teeth.
Oh, I knew what you meant.
Well,
I knew what you meant.
the one thing I want to say is that I never thought that you were going in on me, like, personally.
Okay.
Every time you
Oh.
would go in, there was always a hint of truth or a sliver of something that, like Kenny could learn, or there was always a reason for it. It was just you had to pick through the thorns to find a flower.
Well, like Dana going after Rodney, it's pinpointing that so hideous he has to live underground, and well, his best friends are cats who eat him.
This is kind of part of role playing, right? You want to sell for what's actually happening.
Exactly.
Um,
Help your fellow players
and-
sell it.
I know that sounds really weird when you go like, well, you insult them. Well, listen to what's actually being said, right? And when it comes down to it, and especially with Dana's specific position, she is an island. In this entire coterie, she is certainly alone. All of her own sire she doesn't trust. She doesn't trust the Cam. She sure as hell doesn't trust the Anarchs anymore. And she's assigned to a bunch of capes that are effectively the frontline disposables.
She trusted
Yeah.
Liv, and she was disposed of. So yeah, that's the last person
Didn't
she
even
trusted.
trust Liv. The way she looked at Liv was, this is my leash. Like, this is my personal leash from my own clan.
That may
That
be,
was
but
for
the way
sure
it
a lot.
came across from me was she was the one person in the group you trusted, and when she disappeared, any trust you had left went with her.
Yep. That connection was definitely there. Is at the very least, and you heard this when she was confining in Austin, right? Like, you don't get it if you're not Toreador, because this is her bane working on her 24/7, and it's almost the perfect bane out of all the banes you can get that would ruin her life. Painful bite, sure, but it doesn't stop you from enjoying the things you used to enjoy or being able to be nostalgic about it. As opposed to her, if she listens to something that would have, as a mortal, given her nostalgia, now she gets ear bleed. Right? Legitimately, the embrace for her is the worst thing that could have happened. And I take, as you guys know, I take the Banes fairly seriously. So when I ended up doing that, I thought it was fantastic. But going back to an earlier question, favorite scene, hands down, still comes down to when we ended up having to end up dealing with Mikey Boy and the first basic feeding scene. And Malice is there having to clean it up, and Malice sits him down, and it's like the father giving his son the talk. We're gonna have the talk now. Like, yo, this is gonna be good. You know, and then it happens again. It's like, eventually it happens. He's got to reach to somebody else because at this point it's just like, I gotta save face. I love those little moments of development. I love those little conversations.
Love it.
I loved it when I ended up seeing when I heard Rodney's voice for the first time. Because one thing Moxie does incredibly well is work in mannerisms, and it wasn't on show last time we seen her play. It was nowhere near as strong or as overt. But with Rodney, we can, like, there's a very fucking clear character difference when we hear Rodney, and I absolutely love it. And it's a skill we don't get to see.
And when Mox has been absent, I have been a.
It's an accent that's good enough that you can replicate it.
Yes.
Right? And that should tell you something. When you have those moments of a character where somebody else can now take on that same trait, because the traits are so distinct to that character. And I think that Rodney, in that regard, is probably one of Mox's strongest plays I've ever seen.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Love it.
No, like, you hear me use Urian quite frequently. Well, one of the things I love about Urian is he was incredibly distinct. There's a distinct difference when I'm talking and when Urian's talking, and you hit that same crescendo when you were playing Rodney. I absolutely loved it. You know, Mojo at this point ended up coming in with a Hekata. I'm curious when he brings in his new character and what he's going to do to shake it up. And Mother, I'll tell you the same thing I tell every other role player, right? You're going to learn, you're going to stumble, you're going to get through this the hard way. So get good, son.
Yep.
I'm definitely trying.
Yep.
Every new character is an improvement.
Yes.
There is no try. There is do or do not.
I love
Exactly.
Ken.
All I'm
I
going to
love
be
Virgil.
doing, but
I love both of them. They were both pretty great.
Virgil, I liked it because it's like this little bit of resentment Dana has. It's like, yeah, I'll respect him.
yeah,
It's like, I need you to sing this character's praises to his sire. Really?
No, I love the begrudging, like, have a nice day, Virgil.
You can like the face that I'm making right now is Dana's face as she's doing that. Have a nice day.
Rest well, Virgil. Rest well.
It's kind of that. I really don't want to, but sure.
Yeah.
If I gotta.
Yeah.
Yep.
Virgil actually liked Dana as much as, like, the Thorns, like,
Oh yeah.
you know.
Dana
Rodney
was
actually felt
weird
bad for her.
Why
Rodney
is that?
actually felt very bad for her because
Why-
he could see that she was in a situation she didn't want to be and she couldn't get out of it.
I always felt like she just kept isolating herself and intentionally isolating herself and keeping herself distanced from everybody.
She did not want to be there, but she had to be, and he felt bad about that.
Yeah, Dana very much is. So Dana's a different type of character I play.
It's a tragedy of circumstance.
It is, but the way I would describe Dana is what I would expect out of a lone wolf character. So, what is a lone wolf character? We're getting a mini workshop right here. Here's how most people say, here's the group and here's me and I will forever be separate. But that's not actually how a lone wolf character works. The lone wolf is the person you send to do something independently of the rest of the group. Still benefits the group, still gets them the information, gets them the contacts, gets them to know, but they operate independently. They're always circling the group.
Yeah.
And being able to do that, that's where you end up having somebody like the information head gatherer or what have you. like a person who is meant to be a true face of the group typically stays with their group behind them, the strength in numbers and all that kind of stuff, right? But that's not how Dana works. Dana was very much a lone wolf character, and it made sense for that character given the position Rodney actually sees that she's in. So it makes incredible sense in that regard. Usually it's the Nosferatu. You expect but the Nosferatu were the ones who were well together. It was the Hecata who was able to end up being there and being like the big brother or being the paternal figure in that
Malice
regard.
also did a lot of lone wolfy type of stuff, but where he was acting
He
very
did, but he
independently.
kept that integration,
Yeah.
right? But with Dana, she was lone wolf the entire time, and that made her weak. That made her very vulnerable, and that's one of the things I thought was really good about Malice's portrayal from Mojo, right? Because you see him being able to work in those angles, and the hardest part is just figuring out how do you give him an angle that works in the context of the two characters as written. That is literally the only real bridge you need to build. The second you build that bridge, just let him go. He'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff in this one, and every game I have with y'all, every chronicle is more learning, more stuff to try and cram in my head.
You guys are great cast. I'm glad you're going to be back for Austin.
I'm so excited for my new character.
I'm excited.
I'm excited to see all of the new characters because they are.
She's as solid in my head as Rodney was when I made him. So hopefully we'll have another one very like him in the way that it plays out.
I love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. I can't wait.
My new character's not that solid yet. I'm working on it.
That's fine. You have till August 3rd, and even on August 3rd, because we're gonna do session 0 for Austin by Starlight to on that day. So at the usual time on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. Central. This way, we can do all the hashing out of like relationship webs and shit. And
I feel like I've thrown so much information at you, Coffee, that I'm not going to have anything to do on session 0.
I know that we've done
There's always more to do.
well, there's always more to do. There's tying certain things together because I think the one criticism I have of myself when it comes to this chronicle is that I didn't tie the touchstones together enough. I really should make them kind of a grouping in a way where the touchstones for Derek's character are related in some degree to Mother's character, or Mojo's sire is in conflict with Mox's sire. Something like that. I want to do more about the NPCs being connected together in some fashion.
You have these moments, and I'm going to say it right now. This comes from running shop after shop, running chronicle after chronicle, playing character after character, and you will find breadcrumbs. And honestly, there will be points where you will be kicking yourself because it's like, shit, I figured that out literally on my first chronicle, because you've learned so much that you need kind of a reminder of some of this stuff, and it happens. Obviously, for rule number 1 is everybody having fun. Rule number 2 really ends up coming down to are they immersed? Are they allowed to end up being immersed in the world that you're creating? And if you manage to do that, good enough. Everything else, it's just technique.
Yep.
And I oftentimes tell people, right, quite frequently, I'm not always looking for my personal chronicles for the best player. I'm looking for who is it that I think work well together and have a little bit of fun.
Good dynamic. I think this group has good dynamic.
Yeah, and in all honesty, as far as Cyrus go, the next chronicle is going to be the first one that you actually have an attempt to do anything with my sire, with my character.
Yes, because you've either taken a Mala who's, kind of in the background and not really participating in your development, or has been absent in some other
Well-
fashion.
Well, they were both dead.
Well, they were both dead, of course, but the character that you wrote in to be the substitute wasn't really all that connected to what was going on with your character individually, and so I want the next chronicle to be more of that, because you guys have expressed an interest that you want more of that in my games. So I
That's
want
what you
Hey,
do
I'm
best,
taking
though.
advice for Derek. I'm not just cutting out the sire. I'm actually trying to have a relationship with the sire the next time.
Yes. Yes. Instead, we're going to still have the same cast going forward as a 4-person plus me game. So we're going to have the same cast members. So long as you guys will have me, I'll have you. So
As long as you've got a table and there's a seat, I'm ready, willing, and able.
you in it. You're in 2 of my games. Look at you.
I am.
Look at you
And
juggling
I
2
look forward
characters.
to both of those days every week.
Man, I wish I had more hours in my day or I'd join more.
Yes.
I regret that I didn't go out of my way to get caffeine today. This was the worst possible day to not have caffeine.
Yeah. What you doing?
Like usually, oh yeah, I stumble on occasion, but these, usually I'm pretty on the ball for the scenes and all that. This day it's like, right, brain.
Brain, turn on. Yes, please. But yes,
No thoughts, head empty.
Yes, no thoughts head empty. But
I can't brain today. I have the dumb.
That's me frequently. I'm gonna be honest. Most of this chronicle has been improv. Very little in the way of planning, but
All improv from my side.
Hey, Lamau.
You did fantastic for improv.
Well, because I knew the beginning and I knew the end, and I wanted to connect those 2 points, and I hope that tonight was a sort of satisfactory ending in the way that.
Well, up until these guys interrupted it.
I'm
Calling you
sorry.
all out.
I thought that we were about to get into the last fight of the campaign, and we were going to get murdered.
The 3 of us thought we were getting into a fight and you were running away.
I was
That's what we thought was
well.
happening.
If that happened, it would be you guys there, and it would be me and Austin in a high-speed chase. Let's be real. All right.
Again, we thought we were getting into a fight and you were running away.
I was.
Could you blame me?
I was
No,
keeping more. An
I'm
eye
not
on
blaming you. I'm just telling you that's what we thought was happening.
I was keeping more an eye on time, in that I personally wanted to conclude the story within 1 to 2 sessions as of today.
Right.
And when it came upon that there was kind of this lull that, like, in the progression of things, I decided to pull the trigger and see where they go, what happens, what they do, and if there's more to tell in a second episode, then we would. But no, I typically go about narrating the end. I don't necessarily do a whole lot in the way of active scenes, because a combat would have obviously done and made this episode that much longer, and I was trying to keep an eye on time because I like to end by around 2.
I thought we were going to end at the start of the combat and finish it next week. I really did.
And it's not like oh damn, we didn't get to do that. It's just like that's what it felt like building up to, and that's why we were all in the kind of the same headspace of it. So sorry
I'm
we
kind of
interrupted you.
relieved. I'm kind of relieved, because if we had to fight, Rodney would have been like, "Oh fuck, I'm just gonna have to knuckle down and do it."
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I also wanted it to be pretty satisfactory. I wanted, because we we knew which characters were gonna, you know, ultimately be okay at the end. I wanted to know whether this coterie was gonna do more at the end. But in that regard, I want to ask each of you, Dana, where Derek, where do you see Dana kind of being in a year?
Okay, I'm gonna need clarification. One thing: is it a question of what I hope or what I think?
Um, how? I guess like since all of the coterie did survive Jackson, where do you think she ended up? And and I guess what is the ending, quote unquote, for Dana?
I think she heads to the coast. I think she, because of how much the bane of being a Toreador bothers her, I think she needs a place that's near a city, but not in one.
Mm.
I think she would, over time, maybe bury some of that resentment with Austin. Still begrudging,
Mm.
but
But that's Dana.
I think she's going to take or pick him dry for information.
Mm.
Kind of a do-over, a proper sire-child relation.
Mm.
I think from there, she's just going to keep an ear out for wherever it's quiet. I don't think she'll ever fully believe in the Anarch cause again or have any real faith in the Camarilla. And I think that's ultimately the tragedy is that it's a complete distrust of absolutely everybody.
Mm.
I think there'll be a letter in a few days and the paperwork filed. She's going to drain what little was in the account, give it to Ted, tell Ted to get a new start. Things are going to get violent in Jackson, and I'm worried that he might regress to his old ways. Bar is going to go to Persian. I think Dana feels terrible because she kind of led Persian on. Reality is, it was the things I do to cover the masquerade, but reality is she can't take it with her. It'll probably be burned down because of the Anarchs, but the insurance money will probably end up in their hands. She's going to be starting with nothing. Probably change her name, changes how she dresses, start to find her way as a Toreador. As for what I hope she finds peace. Whatever little bit you can find in damnation. I think I want her to find some kind of peace.
I like that. Mojo, what do you think from Alice?
He's just gonna hold to his word. hell or high water, whether it's his final death or not, he's gonna do what he has to do to put an end to Joseph.
Hmm.
And if he survives, he's gonna get mercy and find somewhere other than Jackson. Make a new home. Yeah, his whole goal right now, making sure that Kyle is safe, making sure that Rodney and Virgil are okay, and Mercy's going to be in a safe spot, is to take Joseph out. He sees everything that's happened in the last bit, leading all right back to Joseph. Doesn't matter who else is going to stay with the Anarchs, who else is going to survive. As long as Joseph's taken out, he doesn't care.
So I do have a bit to add to that. The city is overrun by anarchs. The Baron, Colin Thresh, stands at the head of it. And the anarchs have defeated the Camarilla. What little is left of the anarchs, because a lot of them did get taken out too, were the stronger ones. And so, with Joseph and Thresh and Zulame and a number of others, they set out what they were meaning to do to free the city from Marius Calhoun's reign. So if Malice is intent on Joseph seeing final death, that's either going to take a very long time, or Malice is going to die trying.
Yeah, it's one of those two things, and yeah, I don't know if he's going to bide his time for it, but yeah, he wants to hold to what he promised Liv Sire, is that he would see the end of him, because it wasn't just a promise to Liv Sire that it was a promise he made to himself when everything started going sideways with Magdalene, with Mercy being embraced. And while he blamed Magdalene solely for everything that happened with Mercy, the longer this has gone on, the more he sat back and realized that the whole time that Magdalene was involved with him is when things really started getting twisted, and that's where Mercy got brought in. And as much as he tried to put all of that on Magdalene, he can't do that. He still sees that Joseph had a hand in that as well. So yeah, it more than likely it's going to the long game now. But yeah, he's going to find a way to remove him. That's all he's focused on, other than making sure that Mercy is safe.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Bass is concerned right now, he doesn't really give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
If Bass gets caught in all the shit with the Anarchs, he knows that Savannah and Teresa are going to be all right. He knows they're not anywhere near the city. He can get a little bit of a breath there, but
And some of the anarchs ended up leaving the city too, after it was all said and done. So, like cockroaches, they scatter. What about Virgil?
Virgil, depending on if his sire shows back up, would probably fold in with protecting Calhoun and probably just stick with them he needs something to. He's nothing without a cause or something to do. He would probably just protect him till they find a new city. Maybe even become part of their coterie if they have him, and just soldier on and try to survive night after night until he finds, like, I don't want to say a higher calling, but till he develops an ambition of his own.
In that regard, Kyle, Colette, Fernando, Sheriff Galvin, and yourself do make it to Dallas. After a little bit of time, Dallas accepts you all as members of their court. And in a couple of years' time, with a group of others, Kyle will make way to San Antonio in an attempt to overthrow the anarchs of that city. Because the murderer of his prince is there. Whether you follow him into that or you make your new home in Dallas, that's up to Virgil. He will obviously still have a lot to learn as a fledgling, having only been recently released as his sire is dead. So far as he knows.
He would probably just latch on to Kyle Calhoun and stick with him and follow his lead, back him up. All he knows is from coteries is it's like, for him, it's almost like a found family of people that he wants to watch their back, and it's where he belongs.
They end up going to San Antonio. Perhaps Virgil finds his higher calling in Dallas, where he's maybe a little bit more established and maybe finds his new home there, establishing something for them to come back to, ? Should they come home? What about Rodney?
I think Rodney would spend some time nursing Galvin back to health, trying to kind of keep on the down low, getting them back to the point where they can safely leave the city. And while he's doing that, he wants to have a look around to see if he can't find Ianto and maybe Agatha. Salvage some of the loyal Nosferatu to the Camarilla if he can. And then he will probably also follow them to Dallas. Probably stick fairly close to Galvin. So far as he probably actually did show up in San Antonio, having experienced that kind of war firsthand. He was on the front lines. He was a member of the dig crew. He knows what that's like.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no way that he would let Kyle fall after going through so much to save his ass. That line from the seneschal would stick with Rodney probably for the rest of his years. Calhoun line is the only one that matters. That would stick with him. And he would stay right with them and stay right with Galvin and learn everything he possibly could from Galvin. And Galvin owes him big time. So there's no way he's going to let that owing go. But he would
sorry, I'm just kind of laughing at the idea that Kyle's telling the code stories about Dana that they don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, I owe the bitch. Won't say it like that, but it's like ultimately, I owe the bitch.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
She turns up somewhere. I owe her a boon.
Rodney would absolutely stick with them, and learn everything he absolutely could, going so far as to follow them even to San Antonio.
Kind of staying out of the limelight, but ultimately, what Rodney will learn is that Kyle went out on a personal errand one night in San Antonio and never came back. So,
Yep.
Perhaps, what would Rodney do after that?
He would either set up in San Antonio or make his way back to Dallas, or do what he could to stick by Galvin. Because Galvin is one that he had the most connection with.
Fair enough. Is there any hopes that you have for Rodney?
That he makes more friends than just his cats.
Baby.
I feel like, as well, that he would do what he could to keep an eye on the rest of his co-roommates from this, from the dig crew. He would probably do what he could to gather whatever information he could find on them. Things that sound like their MOs, and just watch them. And if they ever needed him, all he needed to do was call.
Well, Virgil wouldn't be hanging on to yours and the sheriff's coattails, as you're the two Nosferatu that he knows personally. But you likely don't ever hear hide nor hair of Dana Rain. At least that name, anyway. And Malice, he was never seen after the attack. Perhaps he's escaped. Perhaps Mercy's escaped. There's no way of really knowing. But sadly, the dig crew had to scatter. Well, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the audience for joining us in this tiny epilogue. A little bit impromptu, but we've been going for a while now, so I'll see you guys for the VtM Chronicles starting August 3rd for Austin by Starlight. And tomorrow we're going to be doing more Rebirth, a D&D tale, where we follow our unnamed party so far into the depths of the Seameat Island, and see what happens when they maybe approach a giant crystal that talks. But I hope you all have a great night, and say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Good evening.
Good night.